Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas Pre-Market Show for Friday, May the 8th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. A couple of yeses to let me know you guys can hear me, see my screen. Thank you, PJ. Somebody in YouTube, I don't always want to. Thank you, Pepe. Lean on you, Pepe, but thank you for letting me know. Okay, guys. So we're in for another little positive open. Now let's take a look at the ones that are really moving. Lots of earnings plays again. INOT is an earnings play. It's right up here, 52%. Big. How much in the float? Actually, not a big float. 31 million in the float. Up 52% straight up so far. And that is INVDA, and this is an earnings play. Broke through the 200-day moving average. I think this PHOE, I believe it's just about $1. Oh, I'm wrong. I'm wrong. Completely wrong. I thought this was one of those dollar stocks. I cannot see. Let's see. See if there's any. Okay, so that's the reason why PHOE, announcement of a $1 billion stock acquisition of a clinical stage pharmaceutical firm, et cetera, et cetera. ACA, ACE, ACEA Pharma. I don't know if they're public. I don't think they're public. Anyway, it's an interesting move, if we can believe it. This is a China stock. It's an interesting move to be up this much on an acquisition. I know, just wow, up to 70 now. The other one that's really, I believe this is probably a two-time for Iran. Yeah. So if you think Iran is going to keep moving, IREN, which is an earnings play today, you can also buy this one. It's a little cheaper than Iran, and you'll get double the move. Remember, if Iran the stock moves down 1%, this is going to move down 2%. Not a ton of volume in it. Let's see what the spread is. Yeah, not like a lot of these company ETFs. Not a good spread right now, obviously, but who knows? Maybe when the market at 9:30, at the 9:30 open, maybe things will pick up in terms of volume on this one also. Akamai, I believe, is an earnings play also, AKAM. It is an earnings play, and guess what? Lifetime high. Now remember, we don't count the pre-market, but this is a lifetime high for Akamai, AKAM. Probably has an ETF also. Some of these, yeah, some of these moves are just amazing. I mean, with the float, 141 million in the float, yet we're still getting like a 22% move, and it was higher than that. In fact, that was yeah. I mean, this got up to 151. It's now right back down to 141. It's still up 21%, but it has a decent $10 trade in the free market. Some people follow this one. Kodak is an earnings play. KDK is an earnings play, down 35% on earnings. This is IREN. This is a stock. So the other one, IREG, is about half the price. Disaster for this one. This is not a bio. This is actually not a bio. I'm looking for a disaster bio today. I couldn't find one. FWRD is an earnings play. An interesting business they're in. They engage in the provision of less than truckload, LTL. William, you must know about this stuff. The provision of less than truckload, intermodal, and food distribution services. I guess if you're trying to, yeah, I guess like carpooling almost, I guess. Anyway, it's not all-time low now. Now, this is, gotta watch this one. Gotta watch this one right from the beginning. Could be a short right from the beginning. So this is forward, FRW, FWRD. It's an all-time low. DraftKings, I wonder if this is an earnings play. DKNG, this is an earnings play. Yes, DraftKings, DKNG, this is an earnings play. Um, are you looking at a specific scan right now, Silhouette? Sorry, I know I'm mispronouncing your name. Are you looking at a specific scan right now? Okay, so if you look at it and you right click on it, more than likely, if you're not getting any information in it, you have the relative volume filter might be in it. Okay, and you have to take that out because if you have the relative volume active in the pre-market, it blocks all data coming in. So if you right click on it, make sure that the relative volume filter is not active. You could always, if you want, you can pop it in here. If you know how to pop the link in, I can take a look at it. I mean, this is what I use. You know, I use a top list, sorted on the ones that are up the most. You notice when I right click, there's hardly anything in here. You know, 5,000 shares. I mean, but I don't have any other filter in here other than a price range, 5,000 shares, and then here's my earnings filter. Just checking some of these are in the race right now to see if there are any earnings plays. BCDA just over $1. Earnings play. So that makes sense. If you understand what I was talking about? You can put the link in here, the cloud link. I can take a look at it, or when you right click in it, just make sure when you look at configure and then click on the summary, make sure you do not have the relative volume filter with a number in there. And you can have one. Okay, it's sort of a hack, but if you're using the relative volume filter, it'll block all data coming into your scans, top list windows, etc. in the pre-market. Okay, let's take a look at it just quickly. You got. I don't want to look at your layout though. You're giving me a layout. Wow, you got a lot of windows in that. You got 25. I just need the one. I can't load that layout. I believe also, I mean, if you've got 25 windows, I don't know how many charts you've got. I mean, that includes charts, but that's a lot to look at all day long. So you did docs, okay? So go into, just give me one of them, okay, sir? Don't give me your entire layout. I think this is another earnings play, guys. Yeah, UPWK is an earnings play. It is down 26%. Okay, let's see now. Okay, thank you. Now I take a look at it and see what's happening. Well, it's an alert window, number one. I don't think you can use this in the pre-market. Percent up. Yeah, I'm not sure you can use this particular alert in the pre-market. I don't even know. I've never looked at that before. You know what you should, in my opinion, what you should do is use the specific. Go to your change from the close. Yeah, there are certain real-time alerts you cannot use in the pre-market. I don't know if that's one of them. I've never. Well, it's up for the day. I don't know if that's up for the open. You know, it only starts working at the open. You might want to just put pre-market high, instead. I don't use an alert window, okay, because I want to see a list of stocks that are okay. So you might want to instead of using that, use a new high of the day, or in my opinion, it's interesting to see the ones that are up the most, perhaps, whether they're making a new high of the day or, but they're all going to be. I mean, I sorted on the change from the close here, so you can see the ones that are just ripping in the pre-market. Okay, I've actually never even tried that to use that real-time alert. It probably doesn't work in the pre-market. Okay, so for instance, I can give you this if you want. I can give you this. This is a full list. I mean, it's a massive list because here are the ones that are down the most down here. And here are the ones that are up the most up here. So it's up to you, of course. But okay, guys, let's see. No, this is this one. Okay, I was wondering when one of these would crawl out of the woodwork. This is this one. The hantavirus, okay, hantavirus infection, okay, the treatment of the hantavirus infection. So this is TRAW announces plans for potential. Yeah, so we're trying to capitalize on that. Low float, 8 million in the float. A lot of volume. Look at the volume, 38 million. So that is TRAW, and so it's through the 200-day moving average. The next high is looking at, yeah, I mean the next high 232 and 250. Sirlock. Okay, Sirlock. There you go. Okay. I mean, we have a pre-market channel also, and I believe there's a top list in there, or there's a race in there, but all the years I've had trade ideas, I've never even thought to try to use that particular real-time alert. All right, guys. So the market, we got a little pop in the market as far as up 3 points. Let's take a look at the sectors and see what's happening with the major sectors. There we go. So everything, not every sector is up, but SMH. When you say where is that, are you talking about this? My earnings play up? Actually, it's not. What I've done is it's actually all the earnings plays here. Okay. Okay, I can give this to you. Now it's going to be a big list. It's not just the earnings plays up. Okay. What I do, what I do is this. When we're in earnings season, I want to really quickly see the ones that are down and the ones that are up. Okay. But this is actually the same list. Okay, all the way down. But I don't want to have to scroll down to see the ones that are down. So what I do is I just I duplicate, which you can do. You don't have to do the same thing if you want to only see the ones that are up. So I duplicate this and then I sort. I take this one and then I sort on the ones that are down the most. These are the ones that are up the most. But if you just want to see the ones that are up, all you have to do is you just shrink this if you want. But again, this is the full list of stocks. So hopefully that makes sense. Market channel, okay, 8.99 from our YouTube room. If you click on New from the toolbar, and then click on Dock to channel bar, okay? Dock, channel bar. And then if you click on Show More, actually, maybe not. Let's see free markets up here. No. Click on Show More. Must be right here. Where are you? Oh, right here, pre-market. So there is a pre-market channel, okay? That's what it looks like. Kind of like this. This is my heat map or tree map. But you can have these are, let's say, a monthly strategy window. So actually, there's a lot of strategies in here, probably. Oh, not pre-market highs, pre-market lows. Okay, I don't use this. Okay, up gappers, down gappers. Okay, I don't use this, but there is the pre-market channel. Are you trying to create a multi-strategy window? Or I don't know what you mean. When you click on new and then multi-strategy window, are you talking about here? You have to put them in here. I'm not aware of the fact that there would have been some preloaded. You have to actually put them in here. Basically the use of a multi-strategy window is to take alert windows that you've got and you can put as many in here as you want. So if you're talking about this Frito-Lay, click on New Market Explorer window. Okay, so click on New from the toolbar, then click on Market Explorer window, and then right click. Yeah, I know. Right click, select the strategy. Box pops up down here. TI wave by 5 minutes, and here's the daily. Okay, you cannot create a strategy yet. Okay, your own strategy or your own scan that will show you real time when a buy or sell flag shows up. Though I have reason for optimism. Dan said on Wednesday that they're setting the developers to work on that. You mean what I just? Are you talking about when I went to the market strategy? Or are you talking about what Dan said on Wednesday? Dan said on Wednesday that they're finally going to get the developers to start work. At least that's what Pepe told me. He was listening to Dan, right? And anybody else who was in his stream on Wednesday. I guess he said that they're going to start getting the developers to work on creating real-time alerts for buy and sell flags for your own strategies. Or are you talking about this? Click on New from the toolbar, and then Market Explorer window. Okay, Market Explorer window, and then right-click, select Strategy, hover over it, big box pops up. Go down to Trade Wave, TI Wave, another box pops up. So here is something that is constructed. Okay, let's take a look at Fluence just out of curiosity. So at 7:30, I guess there was a buy flag. But again, you cannot make any. That was yesterday. Sorry, that was last night. You don't see anything this morning. Nothing this morning. It does work in the pre-market, but again, you cannot adjust this whatsoever. You cannot say, well, I don't want it on a 5-minute. I want it on a 3-minute. You can't do it. Okay. You can't adjust the price range. You can't adjust anything in this. Um, is it always? Is it only a? Is this only a pro feature? Really, it's not part of the standard. It used to be, but I guess it. I don't know. I guess it must be a part of the pro. I don't use it, so I'm surprised though. I thought it was part of the standard service. Well, it'd be way too much information for you to lay. All the channels from the channel bar and put them in one giant doc channel. Well, why would you? Why? Yeah, but it's way too much information. Each one of these. Well, make sure you're clicking on dock channel bar. Don't know. I still don't know what you mean. I mean, here are the theme-based channels, so here they all are. They're all docked. Yeah, I don't. I don't know why we have them still. I'll be honest. I don't know why we still have this other channel bar. Okay, but those are the ones they moved over to the dock channel bar. I doubt if they're going to move them back. I doubt if they're going to create any more dock channels. Well, it should be just. It should disappear. That's all. Disappear. I think the only reason they keep it is that, that's what we used to. Well, we still have it, obviously, and there are people that still maybe use some of the scans from the channel bar, so they keep it there. Well, what they did was they literally took the ones that are most popular and moved them into the dot channel bar. Okay, so they were all ranked. Well, you understand what you can do is, again, I'm not going to do it because the minute I click on one of these, okay, my layout's going to disappear. So if you start from scratch, say after hours or something, and you click in one of these channels, you can always like take something out of the channel that you want by doing this. So let's just say in the most, okay? Let's say I wanted Let's say I wanted this one, the most new 15-minute highs. I wanted this one because realistically, you're not going to want everything that's in every channel. You might pick and choose out of some of the theme-based channels one scan or one aspect of it. So if I go into this most new 15-minute highs, right click, and then duplicate into a free-floating window, it pops on my other monitor. So now it's free floating. Now it's on my screen. Now you can do anything you want with it. You can do that with a lot of them and just create a layout with, okay? You can just create a layout then of extracting different scans from the different, and you can go into into the old channel bar and do that. But don't do it while you have a layout up and running. Your layout will go. So for instance, Alpha Predator and Account Builder, You can take out the individual ones you want. Groupon, I think Groupon is an earnings play today. GRPN is an earnings play today. Well, if the question really was, could you take a channel from the channel bar here and somehow miraculously say, okay, put it in the dot channel bar? No. Okay, guys, so I'm really going to be watching this forward, okay? FWRD, this is an earnings play. Um, I know, probably, I don't know, maybe we got to bring a pullback, like give us something on a pullback. And a beautiful run on the wave so far. But I'm going to be watching this forward. This is an all-time low. It's an earnings play, all-time low. Brutal. Wow. First target cut to 18 from 42 by Susquehanna. You know it's below 18 now, but anything else is snuck in here. So SIF is in here now. SIS, Cisco, not an earnings play. Not very much volume yet. Cisco, SIF. Don't know this company at all. Manufacture forgings and machine components for the aerospace and energy market. Did Hawk, by the way, did Hawk come out yesterday? It did. Okay. I don't really recall seeing it. This is an IPO from yesterday. In the space, but it sort of space. Hawkeye 360. Don't see a daily chart. Did it come out yesterday, or is this? It's not the. This is not just the pre-market action. It was. I just don't see a daily chart or daily bar for it. And 'cause I know it came out yesterday. I don't know why we don't have a daily bar for it. We've got the intraday on the 10 and the 5 right now, but we don't have a daily bar for it for some reason. Fluence was an earnings play yesterday. FLNC was an earnings play yesterday. Boy, big continuation. Big continuation so far. What's the volume like? Big volume, 6 million shares. So this is a continuation play. And a great reaction to earnings yesterday. And a big pop right now. Thank you, Hermes. Yeah, less than a minute, guys. So let's have a great end to this trading week. Quite the week. Oh, look at iNod, guys. Look at iNod now. Get rid of this. We'll do one thing here. All right, we are now open for business. Wow, look at iNod. Wow. I mean, there's what a jump. So no data coming in yet. There's nothing in the top list here. Look at iNod, guys. Oh, look at a $5 jump just like that. Now that is indicative of a low float. I mean, that's a very low float for a $75 stock, $76 stock now, 31 million in the float. So, well, forward did not drop. Not yet. Wow, look at this move for INOD here. Like a $10 move in less than 10 minutes. Yeah, spread isn't great, but when it moves $2 a second, well, it's not for a stock moving this fast. It's not terrible, but wow. Well, forward certainly went the other way. Now, this is just a momentary blip up. That was a pretty big 947 up to like a dollar move, just like that. The volume that came in. Wow, look at INOT. Oh, my goodness. I mean, now, it's moving like a penny stock. See, that dollar spread wouldn't have mattered. Well, on a weekly basis, weekly chart, that high right there is at 81.24. So let me get you that up to 81.71. So a little bit above that high, that weekly high. So maybe that'll cause it to put the brakes on anyway for a while. Don't move. Buenos dias, Mr. FG. Okay, this TRA, which is trying to capitalize on this hantavirus, we're going to get up to, got up to 258. Was through the 200-day moving average. I should expect to see where could it go. So 228, 250 or so. Is today the day we get, for those of you who know, I'm in this one, this DXYZ. This was just a wild hunch I had a couple of weeks ago, 3 weeks ago, perhaps. Well, following it for longer than that. Right now, this PN is halted. This has been active all week. PN has been active all week. Halted on the way up. Okay, halted on the way up. High yesterday was 771. 3 days ago, it did get up to 1180. I don't think there's any news on this one. China stock, only 95,000 shares are traded so far. Only 1.2 million in the float. Well, that certainly went the opposite way. I'm glad it didn't, think, well, I'm going to take this in the pre-market and hold on because I think it's going to crash. Forward really went the opposite way. If I type the symbol incorrectly, you're going to see what I'm talking about. I know you guys have been following Intel for a while. I know it's over 100. How much over? 13. Now look at raw now, guys. I mean, how much volume? I think there's a lot of volume. Look at the volume, 42 million, 9,700 times normal up to this time of day. Okay, TRAW. Now the issue I've got with it, there's the VWAP at 223. Could stall there. Other earnings play, guys. Laser is an earnings play. LASR is an earnings play. And this is halted. Wow, this is halted. That's the PHOE, another China stock. I don't think there's any. Oh, there was some news. Okay, something about an acquisition. I don't know how they're paying for it. Yeah, a little bit. $1 billion acquisition, stock acquisition with the fishing stock. I have no idea how they're paying for it. Really, I mean, this is how nonsensical it is. Okay, this is what Phoenix does. So they're going to pivot from construction to oncology and autoimmune drug development. Seems like a natural progression, doesn't it? And too bad because I'm getting the big red message not available for short sale. At Interactive Brokers, that's a PHOE. Well, there goes TRAW, guys. I did not take it, but TRAW. It's in a race before. Here it is. So coming right into the VWAP. Will it take out the VWAP? Well, if you'd asked me to bet a lot of money, I would have bet that forward would be moving down in a big way. FWRD. I would have been wrong. Look at it. I mean, this is quite something. The bounce it's had. So maybe it's going to give us a great short. Higher it goes. I mean, it's still down 36%. Hard to understand why it's bouncing so much. This was an all-time low. Released earnings, everything looked really disastrous. But look what it did. I wish William were here because this was his industry. I don't know where William is. Oh, you're here. Okay. I was wondering if you knew anything about this company, this FWRD division of less than truckload intermodal and pool distribution services, so like carpooling for and it released earnings and it looked disastrous and it was an all-time low. Containers, I know containers, but it's like cooling. Look at INOD. Look at INOD. I mean, look at it. It's amazing. Data engineering company, which engages in providing well, AI. Okay, so it's AI. Really, I didn't see that. I didn't see that, William, about the stifle or the stifle. So I know it surged 30% pre-market after the company raises. So it's all about the forecasting. Okay, so they're raising their growth in the next quarter. All right, so this is an earnings play, guys. How much room does this one have? MRVI. Okay. I'm going to put a price alert at 50 for this. I guess I'm going to put a price alert for 50. Man, there's some big movers today. I mean, in like expensive, fairly expensive stocks. Okay, this is what I was looking at though, the MRVI. So the next high looking left on a monthly chart is around $5. So too close for me. So yes, this is an AI alert, but first of all, I'd have to let it break five, number one. But if it broke five, the next high in a monthly is a little over five. That's just me. That is just me, of course. Okay, potential short here for real. The next low looking left is 944 on a weekly chart. So a little bit of room on a weekly chart. Well, again, I didn't take the draw. I thought maybe the VWAP might stop it, number one. But there's the VWAP. So I did not take it. Some of you may have, though, capitalizing on this hantavirus. The next high looking left on a monthly chart is up here around 244. So you're getting close. That could be the same high, actually the weekly high, a little bit. Yeah, the same high on the weekly chart. So could be getting into a resistance area for draw, 244. Well, as they say, that'll learn me. I should have just said, you know what? People are going to look at Hanover. I can't remember another company that's come out with something like this. I'm sure there are going to be a lot more coming out. Meanwhile, I'm not on a complete mission to destroy. I wonder how many shares were short. Wow. Here's the other reason, guys. Look at the short float percent. 17% were short for I not. So these people are gagging. Anybody who's holding on to a short now is gagging. Okay, run is not an earnings play. I thought maybe your sun run might have been an earnings play. Run is not an earnings play. Run, guys. This was an earnings play, I guess, yesterday. Yeah, this was a reaction to earnings yesterday. So we're at the low of yesterday right now. Takes that out. The next low left is 1278. There's room underneath. If it can take this out, the low right there is 1371. First order just underneath that. See if it takes that out. I think this is another earnings play, guys. FIGS is another earnings play. FIGS is another earnings play. Yes, it is. And the next low looking left is 1054. So there's about $1 to that low. The things that are coming up on my scan are a lot of short opportunities. ARTV is not an earnings play. Must have some news. Okay, so I think in the pre-market it rose a bit, but now the reality is setting in. This is rises after mid-stay, but I think probably the pre-market rose, but now reality is setting in and it's selling off. All right, guys, UMC on the move here. UMC is on the move. The next time looking left, how far away? Maybe, I don't know, a little bit close, 1547. All right, guys. Need a few. How about Sony here? Sony's an earnings play. Okay, Sony is actually an earnings play. Next high looking left is actually too close for me anyway. Too close. Okay, our ARTV guys, ARTV, and a little pull up, maybe too close now to that daily low. Yeah, boy, Fig's on the way down, guys. So this is so far a pretty good alert from our AI. I'm waiting to see if we get any sort of the reentry on the MRVI would have been nice, very nice. It hit the stop, got halfway between the stop and the original alert price. Same sort of thing here, guys. The ARTV, I missed out on it. I missed out on the ARTV on the short. Mm. So, Lizzie, when you woke up this morning, you said, "Oh my gosh, what happened?" On the 5 to 1, it's a forward split, right? A forward split for Carvana. Oops, Carvana again. Yeah. So it's really not down. That's the thing. It hasn't been adjusted. Okay, guys. So I might have to take off at around 7 o'clock for about 15 minutes. So what I'm going to do right now, I'm going to go over my homepage right now. Ahead of that, information you can find on it. It's 10 o'clock. I'm sorry. It's 7 o'clock my time. Sorry. So it's 10 o'clock Eastern time. Yes. Sorry about that. So clicking on my homepage link, promo code is still active. So you can get 25% off. First month only, or the entire year of a Trade Idea subscription. It doesn't matter if you choose our standard service or our premium service. Okay. The promo code works for both. So all I ask is this: if you're going to take out a subscription sometime in the future, please use my code, whatever it is. It changes, of course, from time to time. Why? Because I moderate two trading rooms, the YouTube room and then this room here, the trading room. Company tracks the use of the promo codes, and if they see my code being used enough, they don't mind keeping the rooms free. Really that simple. So if you're sitting in YouTube wondering about what is this room, this is it's the same. Well, the same. It's free. Trading room is free. There's a lot more interaction amongst other traders in this room. Okay, the trading room. Also, the trading room is open at 6:45 a.m. Eastern time. Obi does it for us. Thank you, Obi. I don't live in Vancouver, so a little early as I issue my time is 7 o'clock my time. So it's too early for me to open it. So Obi does it. I get on the mic, both rooms, around sometime between 9 and 9:15. And then I go to, 2 o'clock at least, Eastern time. I'll always stay later for questions. Now, today's Friday. More than likely, Obi is not going to keep this room open after I leave, but so I'll probably be shutting down the room at around 2, maybe 2:30, depending on, again, questions. As you, sorry, keep moving down. Keep it simple. Get the trade of the week. So if you click on my homepage, you can scroll all the way down here to get the trade of the week. The trade of the week is free. You'll get it before the market opens every Monday morning. You get an email with a suggested entry, a suggested stop, how you trade it, if you trade it, up to you. Education. So if you're taking out a subscription or you're thinking about it, okay, click on the education section, the more info, and we have getting started with trade ideas, 12 short videos. So this is mandatory, actually. If you're taking out a subscription, you must do this. If you don't have a subscription, though, and you're wondering about it, what I would do is sign up for that second video, go to the end. Should give you an idea about whether or not it's something you might want to try for at least a month. You can always unsubscribe. Okay, month-to-month subscriptions are just that. You can unsubscribe at any time. Back to basics. If you're new to trading, this is for you. Free series of videos. There are 15 of them if you're new to trading. And last, if you're looking for my scans and races, etc., and you click on my homepage link, they'll be at the top. Scroll down, here they are. This is what I'm currently sharing. People ask for my layout. I don't have a layout that I'm sharing, but what I do have are these different scans, races, etc. You can pick and choose what you might like. Okay. So this is the large cap gainers is over here. This is a more volatile race right here. Upside versus downside movers is here. This is what I use in the pre-market. Pre-market act is up and down. Pulse resumes is down here. And I have 4 other scans. I do not have them up and running, but you can take a look at them. The fact I don't have them up and running doesn't mean they're bad. It just means I'm kind of trying to pare down the number of scans that I've got. I may bring one of these back. So both rooms are trading rooms, but they're also support rooms. So if you do have questions, please don't be shy. You can ask me questions all day long. Never heard of this company before. It's fairly new. It looks like an IPO about 3 months ago. Probably the first time they've released earnings. This is DCH. DCH. Okay, DCH is an earnings play. But look at this coming right into potential resistance. Other earnings play, GEN. Now this is right at a daily high. In this week right here, if it takes that out, then the next high is 2271. Okay, guys, give me a moment. Okay, yeah, guys, I'll be off for, I don't know, 15 minutes or so. So I'm just going to put my announcement up here. I'll put for a while. Hopefully around 7:15, okay? But Oh, sorry, 7:15, 10:15. Okay, so I'm muting myself now. Hey guys, false alarm. I'll be still here for a while. So this is an earnings play. VSTM is an earnings play. Took out five. Next low looking left though is too close on the monthly chart. So Sony kept moving, guys. A little bit anyway. Sony, this is an earnings play. All right. Well, flipping the script in my head here, FWRD has had a pullback. Okay. Let's see what it's pulled back to. And it didn't quite pull back into the VWAP. This is the one that I was going to short almost on the open. And then it popped. It's an earnings play. It didn't look good at all. Talk about misleading. Okay. Maintain positive. Okay. You look at this forward air is maintained at a positive by Susquehanna. All right. Okay. Then you look. They've cut their price target. Sure, it's positive because it's over the current price, but they cut their price target from 42 to 18. Anything. All right, let's take a look at some of these large cap movers, see if there's anything interesting happening here. So this was an earnings play yesterday for XIFR. So of course it's above yesterday's high now and continuing to move. Not a low float, 86 million in the float. Pretty misleading, isn't it, William? Though I mean, when the only headline, if you only see the headline, maintains a buy, but then you don't. But then you dive in another headline, and they've cut their target by, 20% or 50%. I guess, well, what I'm saying though is if you only saw the headline maintains, and I'm talking about Stifel, I'm talking about Susquehanna. But anyway, all right, guys, big challenge right now for real here. Trying to hold 10, maybe. The next low looking left on the monthly chart is 878. The low, 930, 939 or so for the weekly. So there's a little bit of room on the weekly. You know, to take out 10, and that is REAL. All right. Well, I know it's still hanging in there. I thought maybe it'd have a bigger pullback because of that float, but nope, it is still hanging in there. Another earnings play here, guys. TSSI. Boy, this is getting clobbered also. Is this not a lifetime low, but TSSI down 33%. Low float, 23 million in the float. Now, the short float percent, these people are happy. Um, and where is the next low looking left on the weekly chart? Maybe there's some support around 10. So this still has a little bit of room. TSSI that wants to keep moving down. Well, it could. I mean, but it's right now it's still weak. I mean, it's reversing a little bit now, but I mean, it's still weak. I mean, if you play a mean reversal to the VWAP, I mean, yeah, I mean, it's possible, but it's a very weak earnings play right now. Okay, guys, this Jen, I'm wondering now. It finally took out that daily high. The next high, about 23 or so, yeah, 2261 on the weekly chart. Okay, for GEN. Looking to see how well this holds over 22. I might have to take this one. It doesn't have a ton of room, but I may have to take this one. There's GEN. It just popped on me. I was going to take it around 2204, but it just popped on me. Now, if we look at FWRD, maybe look at it a little bit differently now. And let's say I'm going to put a pressure underneath 11. Okay, underneath 11. The VWAP is here at around 1090. Okay, I'm going to put another price under it and see if, eventually it takes up the VWAP. Maybe that'll start on its way down. A lot of shares available. Boy, Lunar is straight up. LUNR is straight up. It's that high right there, taking up that high. So the next high, I believe, is 28.76. So about $1.50 or so to the next high on a daily chart for LUNR. Another little earnings play, guys. Breaking down now a little bit. SG is another earnings play. The next low looking left is yesterday's low, 655. Yeah, so not that interesting to me. Well, so much for that breakdown of 11 for FWRD. Just at 11 held, and now a nice jump off 11. Ugh, look at this now, this PHOE. Did get up to 50. Another earnings play, guys. Rocket Labs, another earnings play, straight up RKLD. Excuse me, RKLD straight up. Looks like this could be almost a lifetime high. I guess that would be the lifetime high right here, 99.58. It takes out. I'm going to put a piece of it at 100. Anything to do with space, or even if it's got nothing to do with, well, it is obviously does have something to do with space. If I were a new company, I'd try to put space or rocket or something in my name, even if I had nothing to do with it right now, anyway. All right, another earnings play, guys. Dropbox, DBX, another earnings play coming into that little red line you see in my big red line. That's the next high on a daily chart somewhere. I'd have to back that out. That would have been in this month, back in December last year. And that high is around 27.89. So Well, missed out on the gen. Missed out on the gen. It wondered if I overstepped right at 22:05, and then it took the jump on me. Do I hear 50? I hear 50. The XYZ guys. Wow. Yeah, you turned me into a swing trader. And I'm bound and determined to hold on until that SpaceX IPO. At least to half my position, and depending what it does from here. All right, Groupon. Yeah, Groupon's an earnings play, guys, coming right into a daily high. Well, you can see right there. There's your daily high, right there, 1869. Okay, guys, this is it. I'll be on what time is it now? 10:18, maybe about 10:30 or so. Okay, so give me. I'm just going to put my announcement up. All right, guys, I'm back. Ooh, I missed this one, this PLNT. I missed this Planet Fitness. Now, I had earnings yesterday and taking out the high yesterday now. And, obviously, earnings were not good. At least the reaction was not good, but it has taken out the high of yesterday. And I mean, if it wants, I mean, look at the gap. Look at this gap. It wants to try to fill a little bit. 63.77 was the high of the day before, 2 days ago. Not the high, but the close. Wow, what a gap. Are you kidding me? So this got halted at 10 and it opened at 14. Is that right? Earlier, this STFS got up, uh, but now it's halted on the way down. Okay, getting frustrated here, guys. I'm just not seeing stocks with a lot of room to run before they hit that next high, other than the daily or the weekly chart. I mean, it's got a little bit of room. This ITUB. I mean, there's a high right there that it's trying to take out. The next high is 878. I mean, if I took it at 844 and I got it 878, that'd be awesome. But I always think that there'll be some selling before it gets to that high. Same thing. I mean, it's OTEX looks interesting, but that high right there is preventing me from taking it. 22. Yeah, so it got a little bit over the 22 mark. Sorry, the 24 mark, and then the next high is looks like 24.21. I don't know this one at all. ENHA. It looks like it started trading yesterday as EN or today. It probably is a symbol name change because I don't think it's an IPO, is it? Not an IPO. Oh, it's a business combination with Paradise. So okay, so this was a SPAC, I guess, and now it's ENHA. Okay, now real breaking down underneath 10. Now that one has some room down to okay. So this one has got some room, guys. On the weekly chart, anyway, about 939 has a little bit of room, but with 50 cents underneath. It's from our AI also. Pretty good one, actually, great one. I didn't take it there. Reduce it downwards a little bit more. Well, this is an earnings play. Well, that INOT is still near the highs, guys. $88. I think the high was around 90, $91. What a run it's been on, but it's still hanging in there. Okay, guys, Todd, you know what I'm going to do? You know I'm going to bring up RXT. I want to see if you could have kept it because of the wave. Well, where'd you get out of it? Right now on the five, certainly on the five, there would have been no reason to get out of the trade. Maybe take some profit, but I mean, there's no reason to get out of the trade. And that was Rackspace, of course, from yesterday. This was a big earnings play from yesterday. Well, it was big in that, yes, it closed above the previous day's high, but it got up to 459, but it closed down here at 350. So that was not good. Ooh, are you kidding me? AEHL? You are right. AEHL. Now, I saw this one in the pre-market. I think what I saw was, yeah, some kind of a share repurchase plan, like 90, only like $95,000. Yeah. You look at this, $95,000 share repurchase. I mean, okay, right. Real, real, real. Finally, okay, now as I said, real has room down to the next low looking left is getting very close, 945. So I am going to, all I'm doing right now is I'm looking at this, maybe it gets back into the 60s, I'm going to cover some. Okay, covered some on the 960 mark. This is the shorter reel. And it's got a little parabolic on the 5, it's a top of that. Top of it is not touching the bottom of the wave right now. But more, for me, it's more about that weekly low right there, which could act as some support. I mention it every day, Todd. And but look, yeah, I mean, where did you, just out of curiosity, where did you get into RXT? On the pullback to the VWAP? Mm. Well, this real might surprise me. Yeah, let me know where you got it. I'm just curious. 445. Okay, 445 is right here. So okay, held the VWAP, and you got on that top right there. Yeah, I mean, there was no. Where did you get out? Did you get out everything? Like, where did you get out on that big surge? 479. Yeah. So I mean, if you look at a 5 minute, I mean, there was no reason to get out. The only I may have taken some out right here, when it's sort of based. But other than that, certainly on a 5. Let's take a look at it on a 3. What time frame? You are. I mean, look at it on a 3. It's even better. Just beautifully up. Telling you, I mean, that's how I use the wave. I don't care. Ultimately, would I care if I saw a buy flag? If we ever get a scan that can real time alert us? But it for me just keeps me. Look at this reel. Holy smokes! This turned out to be a great trade. I wish I didn't take anything off, but I did, and it plunged right through that weekly low. That now. So again, this was the alert at from our AI, 10:49. I did not take it there. Actually waited for a 10 break. I only traded the day. Hmm. Does coin look like a buy right now? Well, let's take a look at coin. Not right now. I mean, you'd be chasing it. Okay. I mean, you'd be chasing it. I mean, it looks really. I mean, it's on. It's an earnings play. I know you probably know that. It is an earnings play. So it's trying to come back, go down a little bit from the yesterday's close, but you'd be in chase mode right now, in my opinion. You probably want to wait for some kind of a pullback. Now, pullback to the VWAP would be a pretty severe one. That's like a $5 pullback. So for me right now, it's in chase mode. Now, please, if you think it's good, take it. Don't listen to me. But you probably want to wait for some kind of a little pullback. Yeah, real is. Take a look at it. I want to see on. Yeah, so I am. Wish I had taken some off a little earlier, but I have, got down to that level with that weekly low right there. Got almost right into it, which is sorry, that weekly low right there is well $9. It didn't quite get into it. 926. See, and that's why you can see it got very parabolic. I just look at this 5 minute on the wave, and you just see how now it's trying to right now, but it was so parabolic that the top of the candle or the bar was not in touch with the bottom of that wave. Okay, and so that was my again my clue to say, okay, you better be taking more off. The only reason I took more off, some off earlier, was because of that low. I thought maybe I thought it would be influenced a little bit more by that weekly low, and it wasn't. But that weekly low for sure. Boy, look at INOD, guys. I think this is just making another new high. INOD, another new high. Almost a lifetime high now. There's your lifetime high right over here. Looks like 93.85 in that month, October of last year. That's your lifetime high right there. All right, do I dare? And I'm talking about the FWRD. I mean, it's breaking down through the VWAP right now a little bit. That's an earnings play. It's still down 37%. Had a really nice run, but this is the run over. Well, Ozzy, I hope it worked. I hope if it in fact they allow you to trade it or anybody to trade it live at the because that's a lot of trades, and hopefully the slippage, things like that. You cannot account for slippage, can you? With the back tester, you can actually wow, it could be a tremendous slippage, or it could be a tremendous problem, especially if you're looking at these low floaters. I mean, I don't know what the majority of these are, because remembering you're taking the trade at a certain trigger. Okay, in real life conditions, you may not be able to get the trade right there. I'm looking forward, of course, but you know what I mean. You may not be able to get or your entire position at that price. And especially you have a lot of. So I haven't looked at the market maker, the money machine at all. But when it takes an order, how is the trigger? Like, what is the actual trigger? Just when a stock comes in the one of the top three. Like, how do you actually take an order? I'm not getting it. I'm not getting my fill for the forward. So you're able to put a limit order. Okay, well, if you can put a limit order, I mean, anyway, you'll never know until it actually, and if it does become viable, you know what you're going to do. You're going to take fewer shares and really, really test it. I would test it for quite a while. Ooh, market order. See that's a tough one. A market order. I mean, so what happens if the stock, like if it's a cheap stock and it's running like mad, you're getting a fill market order and it's moved 20 cents in half a second. It's just since it came in. I mean, I'm not. Look, I hope it works out. Obviously, which one are you guys talking about? You're talking about the AEHL, right? Wow, no kidding. No kidding. I saw this in the pre-market. I thought, okay, it's a China stock. They're saying they're going to up to $95,000 on a share buyback. Goes to show it doesn't really matter. 2.2 million in the float. It's not like a high short float. Yeah, but it's hard. I mean, Bishop, it's hard on these low float China stocks. You never know what's going to happen. In hindsight, it looks crazy that why am I not in this? Especially when it looks like it's going to open at 340. Look at Kodak trying to come back, guys. Straight up, okay. Kodak trying to come back. It's still down 25%. It's an earnings play. Obviously, it's got a ton of room, $9, but it's too extended now for me. But and of course, next on the silly list is the STFS. So it actually got halted on the way down, and when it well, it's just got halted now on the way up. It just got halted on the way up. I'm gonna just be so kicked off on this with the forward here, not getting it where I wanted it. Also, Ozzy, how many trades are you in at the same time? Is it still just the three, and then it just keeps not knocking one out, and then another one comes in? Is that how that's working? Well, but it's too extended now. Had you seen it here on the break of the VWAP, okay, right down here, that would have been a decent entry. But right now, I mean, it's too extended, in my opinion. Okay, I mean, if you keep moving higher and higher, but right there, the break of the VWAP would have been ideal. I mean, you think you stop just under the VWAP? Yeah, I mean, well, of course, it is still down 25%, but you're playing a bounce play. 8 positions at once. Well, that's a lot of positions to manage at the same time if you're doing it manually. Well, I don't know. I mean, look, I mean, obviously the next high is yesterday's high. So, I mean, there's not going to be chart resistance. Now it's on a little parabolic, again, the bottom of that bar is not touching the top of that wave. So it's on a little bit parabolic right now. So, I mean, it could be stalling right now. Could stall at 7, that whole number. But, I mean, it's had a great run. All right, guys. Yeah, so I just had a confirmation to be Andy Lindlof taking over for me in our YouTube room in about 50 minutes from now. He'll take over my YouTube stream at noon Eastern. It'll go to 1 o'clock as I take my break. So, Kodak is still making another new high here. KDA. All right, maybe this one. Oh, okay. Why matches resumed? YMAT. Haven't seen this one for a while. Remember this month when I got up to 6? Every one of these. Taiwan stock, Taiwanese stock. All right, so AEHL has got up to 283. So meanwhile, the market has not had a pullback. I think there were some numbers at 10 o'clock. I think those Michigan sentiment numbers. I think there was some employment numbers that came out at 8:30. At any rate, the market is still well above. Well, it's above the VWAP. Okay, when I say the market, I'm talking SPY. Now, there's a bit of a disconnect because the Dow's only up a little. Okay, and the Qs are up a lot, way more than the SPY. So the Qs, the tech stocks, are. Look at the time is it now? 11, 12. Let's take a look at the sectors a little more, dive into them a little more. I'm going to click on new and then dock channel bar. And then I'm going to click on the show more and get down to the sector status. So that didn't affect the market though, did it, William? Inflation numbers worse. Interesting. So there, yeah. So here are the semis, guys, and here are the tech stock, well, XLK tech sector. So the semis and the techs are tech sector. Highest 3 points are the top sectors right now in terms of comparing to yesterday's close. Oil probably, I'm wrong. Actually, look at this. Look at so NLR, nukes and uranium. What's the volume like? Still not great. So what we're looking at here, so in this top list window, what we're looking at, we're tracking some of the major sectors. Obviously, SMH, XLK. If you scroll down again, not that this is a major sector. We added this, because the nukes were so strong at one point. XLV, healthcare. Now, diving into the individual. Now, we don't have every one of them. We have 11 of the sectors that we're tracking in this top list window. We have them here. And so let's see if there's anything kind of interesting. Interesting to me would be, well, utility is kind of boring, but I mean, 79% are down from yesterday's close. Take a look at the ones that are up, EIX, but it's not up that much. So I want to see something that is a little more. So here's healthcare as an example. 62% of the stocks that make up XLV are down from yesterday's close. Humana, though, up a lot. Is it an earnings play? It is not an earnings play. So whatever reason, Humana is up, HUM, up 4.4%. What's the worst one? ZTS is the worst performing, not an earnings play. Had earnings, I guess, yesterday, ZTS. So here's how you can use it. You can go into these individual sectors, check out to see what is the strong, well, we know Akamai, we know that's an earnings play. AKAM is an earnings play. It's up 20% from the close, but look at this, the change from the open, though. It's down 3% from the opening trade of the day. So it's not like it's maintained its strength. If we go down here, and then MSI is down 9.5%. Must be an earnings play. Motorola must be an earnings play. Well, it didn't have to be, but there had to be some news to drive this down 9%. It's down from its opening trade. It's down 6% from its opening trade of the day. So here's a way in which some of you might look at this and go, you know what? This is what I'm going to look at all day long. I'm going to check the top sector, the top stock in a sector, worst stock in a sector, maybe pick about, 3 sectors and just follow those stocks all day long and figure out a way to trade them. Could be a way to use trade ideas. And you can always pop, if you wanted to follow a sector every single day, you didn't want to come into this channel, you could always pop out the sector. Say you wanted to follow energy. Well, we're going to right click and duplicate into free floating window. Okay, now that's what it's supposed to say. Sometimes it may just say duplicate. Either way, if you click on duplicate or duplicate into free floating window, this is what's going to happen. So now you've taken it out of the channel. And this goes for anything you see in any one of these channels. Okay, if you want to take something out, you just right click on it and then duplicate it into a free floating window. So now it's free floating. Now you could take this and say, well, you know what? I don't want to see $240 stocks. So now what you can do, you can right click here, click on the summary. You see there's no filters whatsoever. So now you could say, okay, but I only want to see stocks between, I don't know, $5 and $100. Minimum volume of 400K. Maybe relative volume of 2. Now we may be really reducing the number of stocks we're going to see by putting that in. Let's just see. Yeah, by putting that relative volume in, probably going to really, because these stocks don't move that much. So I'm going to take that out. Okay. So now what you've done is you've taken out of the channel and you've basically said, okay, this is what I want to see. Okay, and now you can save it. You could add it into your layout. You could absolutely save it. Right click, save it here to the cloud. So now you have it. So you could do this with all of these sectors, and maybe when you check the sector status, you say to yourself, okay, these are the ones I want to follow today, and you've already gone through the work of creating it, establishing the price range you want in every one of these. and then you just bring back whatever sectors you want to follow. Now, you might say, well, why don't I just do this in the channel? Problem is that when I mean, you could stay in the channel all day long, but when you make a change in the channel, and this is any channel, okay, you make a change here, like I just did with the XLE, and I changed it to say one and $100 or five and 100. While you're in the channel, that change remains. But the minute you leave the channel, and then if you come back, that change is not saved. And the reason why is because just because you want to see stocks between 5 and 100 doesn't mean that's what everybody else wants. These channels are designed for everybody, but of course, there's a way in which you can take it and just make it your own. And what you could do also, you could take this and make it your own layout. You can put it in the channel bar. I don't want to get too complicated here, but anyway, it's just an idea. It's an idea. Imagine the Fed raising interest rates. Oh, that'll be next month, right? They have a press, or it's 8 times a year. Is next month? Well, we have FOMC every month, but is the presser next week or next month also, or is it this month? What are we now? We're in the eighth, only the eighth. Well, of course, with the money machine, you could always limit how many you're in at the same time. You've been using. You're probably the our power user, Ozzy. I really like this OTEX, but there's that high right there, 24.22. I like that on the 24 break, but this is what's prevented me from taking it. All right, now Kodak may be well. It's obviously pulled back a bit, and it's pulling back to the top of the wave. This is something I haven't really followed that much, to see whether the top of the wave can act as a bit of a support area. I haven't followed it that much, not just, I'm not talking Kodak specifically, but just in general. Well, I mean, I don't know unusual. I mean, I don't. I'm just wondering about. I've never really considered, a stock. I've always considered the stock going back maybe to the VWAP or some other moving average or something. I've never really considered a stock going into the top of the wave. Yeah, my problem right now, though, is that it's very close to eight. Sorry, seven, the whole number. Anyway, so that would be my problem with it. What I think I'll start to do. The problem with putting a price alert at the wave is because the wave is moving, moving, moving higher. So in general, okay, they probably knows, or I wonder about that center line right there. Pepe, do you know what that's? Whether I know I could probably look. What does that center line mean again in say the 5 minute and of the 10 minute? What is that? Maybe that is an area where you put a price alert. Problem is it moves. It's not, I shouldn't call it a center line. Just that line in within the wave. I should probably look at the video. I haven't looked at it for so long. Maybe there's an explanation. Frustration, frustration. I wanted to take this over the 24 mark, but the 24.23 prevented me. Now look at it, OTEX, and you know what? The spread is fine. But I have to stick to my trading style. So when I look at the inner cloud, okay, I'm going to have to look at this a little more. Cloud one. So that's cloud one, cloud two, cloud three. So this is cloud three, and then this is cloud one. So eight and nine. So well, how come when I'm doing the opacity, so you're right. Cloud three is not checked. You're absolutely right. Cloud three, cloud one and two are checked. All right. Let me. Well, I'm trying to. So there's the. Okay. Okay. I just wondered. Well, now. Okay. So that is cloud two. Okay, for sure. I mean, I just wanted to check for myself. So this is why it's very narrow because it's just looking at 8 and 9, fast EMA and slow EMA. and it's 8 and 9, so that's why it's very narrow. I see, okay. I should know all this, but I don't, and that's why, of course, this is wider, the 5 and the 12. Okay, now, how would I use that? How would I use that? Is that a good, oh, man, is that a good, maybe pullback, area? So the same thing here, the AMPL looks pretty interesting. It was an earnings play yesterday, got hammered down. Still is up a little bit today, above yesterday's close, but the high up here is 624. Why not? I'll put a price alert there. Now, the difference between that and the OTEX, though, is that OTEX is an earnings play today, and it's really good. So, I mean, it's up, but it's also an earnings play today. Yes, so it didn't get hammered down yesterday. The other one got hammered down yesterday and is trying to recover a bit. FCEL. Let's take a look at FCEL. Yes, that is parabolic, 100%. Very, very parabolic. So if you're in this one on the VWAP break, as an example, okay, you're riding it, riding it, riding it. Now, I wouldn't take anything off yet unless you get like a bit of a downturn. I would keep riding it if you're in this one until you get a little bit of a downturn here. The parabolic nature for me means, okay, warning, warning, we may start to get some, but I would not take anything off yet. You're getting a bit of a downturn, or you're on a 5 minute chart. I'm on a 5 minute chart there. Let's go to a 2 minute chart. Do we get a bit of a trend change? I mean, we do get an orange, but I'm talking about, do we actually get, I still don't get any orange, but I mean, at this point, it all depends on what time frame you're using too. Yeah. So there's no question I'd be taking some off here. No question. The minute you get an orange color here, it's not that the trend has changed necessarily, because we're still blue, but we're so parabolic. I would not be out of everything though. That's the difference. Probably if I were in this one in my past life, I'd be out of everything right now. Especially the fact that it got close to the whole number. So you see, I mean, it still has not given. I mean, it's safe to take out some, but I mean, you'd want to hold some. Because I mean, who knows? I mean, it might just power right through. Now, that there's a high up here on the daily chart at 1420. So it could stall at the whole number 14. Could. And then if it does get through that, though, we've got a couple of highs: 1418, 1406, 1430. So you've got between 14 and 1430. There could be some resistance also. Oh boy, if it ever took all that out, Same darn thing, I like drop-offs, DBX. It's through the 200-day moving average, but there's the next high looking left. It's very close, very, very close. If we can take that out, what would the next high in the weekly chart be? $29 or so. So this is very interesting to me, okay? It's one of these ones, the VWAP, it's an earnings play, positive, of course. But Kodak just continues. There's no, yeah, well, okay. So you could have said, there's a pullback into that middle line right there, which is, maybe that, can start using that as a support area. Boy, this DBX is right at this high here, right at it. 28, well, 28.27, I guess, is the high. That red line on the chart, that is the next high in the daily chart. If I expanded this daily chart out, I'd have to go back to this month. Before, yeah, December of last year. There is a daily high within that month. I just have a tough time taking it. It's just a little extended for me to take this. Even though it might take this out. Probably going to regret it, and that's the DBX. That's why I don't trade very much. I mean, I get very influenced by those highs looking left. Okay, now DNA. This is an earnings play today. Yes, this is an earnings play today. Beaten up, but it's at the high of the day. It is trying to come back also. Ginkgo Bioworks. Boy, I should have turned around and gone long reel. Even on a 10 break. Wow, well, the break of the VWAP right there. Didn't do it. Look at this. Now it's really starting to move. This was my only trade of the day was the shorter reel. Well, Dropbox continues, guys. The break of the VWAP really continuing. DBX. So I'm going to break in about 20 minutes. So you have any questions, good time to ask before I take my break at noon Eastern. Andy will take over for me in our YouTube room. Well, you should have the L then. Yeah, if you don't have this column, if easy, I mean, that L means long. If you don't have that column, L/S, that's telling you what are longs and what are shorts. So maybe you want to add that column. Okay, and then there's HIMX. It's a long. I mean, is it moving in the direction of no? But I mean that's what it was. So do you have that column, the L/S? Well, it doesn't mean they're all going to work, right? They're not all going to go in the direction that the AI is suggesting. Because you could turn around and say, well, you know what? It's now setting up for me as they're not all going to work. I wish. Boy, Kodak, unbelievable. Incredible. I shouldn't say unbelievable, but and then you got Kodiak. Kodiak is so both of them have earnings today, guys. That could be a little confusing, you know. KDK, Kodiak, and KODK, Kodak, could be a little confusing for people. Same thing. I mean, it's doing the same thing as Kodak is, coming back from a big drop on earnings. I don't know how many people confuse that. So you do understand it's easy that not every trade is going to work in the AI, and that's why there's a stop. You get out of the trade if you took it. Yeah, I agree on the TLSA and TSLA. That's land. The other one is that a little bio, right? Yeah, Zania. Well, when you say it just popped up, well, you're right at 11:37. But you should have. Do you not have that column, the LS? Just add it, and takes the guesswork out. But just because it says, okay, long, doesn't mean it's going to, of course. You could turn around and go, you know what, the AI is wrong in this case. It met some resistance on the way up. I'm going to short it. If you don't have that LS, I mean, just add it in the body, go down to right click on the body of the AI, go to columns, and it's alphabetical. Okay, LS, you can add it as a column, and then you'll know 100% right off the bat. Is it a long or a short idea? Understanding unusual. There's no right or wrong way, right? I mean, it's just the way I look at things, but there's no video on this. So if I've been in this one, depends where, of course. If I've been in this one, right there is where I'm certainly taking some off. Okay. The minute this happens, but it all depends on, if you're in it down here at 411 and then you get out some at 460, I'd probably still have some though. I've just seen this happen so many times, you know, but you certainly would take some off here, no question. But I would not be out of the entire position. But if I got in here, it's a little harder. And you're right, and it depends on what time frame you're looking at. I'm looking at a 5. What it did is it got into that, maybe my new support area. It got into that the cloud one, that line you see within the cloud. It could be an interesting support area within the cloud. But I'm sure, yeah, on a 2 minute, I'm sure it feels good. Yeah, I mean, on a 2 minute for sure. It all depends on what you're comfortable with. You see that right now it's testing that middle the middle cloud. It's testing it again. Well, understand there's no hard and fast rule about this. Okay, it's just sort of I've never really considered that middle line, that cloud one, as maybe acting as support. Well, guys, I mean, some of you may be looking at the INOT now as a potential short because it is now kind of basing. There's the VWAP down here, 80, 84, so a couple of dollars to the VWAP right there. A little sell flag is showing up. The trend has changed a little bit on the 5 minute. Not saying to do it. I'm just saying, looking at this, the trend is trying to change, but the VWAP could act as support. Somebody was talking about Rocket Lab. Maybe, well, okay, finally, there was a pullback, but boy, this is still strong. RKLV, lifetime high is right here, right there. That's that high of a few months ago, 99.58. I think I put a price alert at 100. See what happens with this one next week. I mean, it's up uh, big moves. I mean, almost half a billion in the float, and it's up 26% on earnings. In the right sector, obviously had whatever they said, the market liked it. All right, so you're talking about this one now, Obi, AIIO. Well, this is not, what's the float like? 17 million in the float. A little bit bigger, I guess, than the other one, the AEHL. There was some news. Okay, we'll acquire 100% of the equity interest in Neurovia. Now that looks like some kind of a bio. I look at the name, and yet what they do are they look like they're in the design of smart electric vehicles. So I don't know anything about this Neurovia. It's probably not a public company. Yeah, I don't see it here, so it is not a public company. But just having neuro in the name, it sounds like it should be some kind of a bio, almost like they're shifting gears also. So I mean, this is kind of a way, to use the AI. Sure, the AI had a short of this one, real. Okay. The alert was at 1049. Before it pulled up at all, it got down to 928. Awesome percentage move. But using, I wish I had done it. Using it like a watch list, though, you're watching this, you're seeing it take out 10, the VWAP. You could try along on it, using this like a watch list, using the AI like a watch list, and following the stocks all day long. You can't expect it to keep moving. Well, a stock to just keep moving in the same direction all day. Could have a bounce area. You can see right there, the trend change on the 5 minute, right around the 10 level. Little buy flag. Now, this could turn into a short again. There was the original alert to short at 1049. I mean, what happens if it gets close to that and stalls? It could turn into another short. Haven't looked at the races at all. How about this? STFS has probably gone crazy. Oh, crazy on the way down, though. Okay. After being crazy on the way up. Boy, I know. I mean, it's really starting to fade here, guys, a bit. I know it's really starting to fade, getting closer and closer to the. Now, let's see what happens. I mean, will the VWAP hold it? Will that act as support? Okay, guys, it's 11:55 right now. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to put the YouTube link in the main room. Andy is not there yet, but he'll be there probably in about 5 minutes or so into our YouTube room. So I'll put the YouTube link in. For those of you who want to head over and listen to Andy. I won't go until he shows up, but I'll just put my announcement up here on a break. Okay, you're talking with the ANPA. So is this a so it opened? Oh, this is a it's rich sparkle. Yeah, open dropped. Unbelievable. Still up 47%. Look at the volume though. 148,000 shares. Hardly any volume. Yeah, I do remember that. I just remember it because of the name, kind of a crazy name, the rich sparkle. You know? Okay, guys. Now the I nod, I think it may have come right into the VWAP. Let's take a look. Came right into the VWAP. So far, the VWAP is acting as support. Okay. So, if you, as an idea, when you see something like this, so you take the trade and you put your stop just below the VWAP and see if it works. See if it really does act as support in this case. I'm not saying to do it. This is just an idea. Okay. Not just with this one, but with other stocks that might pull into the VWAP and looking like maybe, and it's a strong stock, of course. It's up 86%. So there's still some enthusiasm for this. It depends if you're using yeah, so it depends if you're using pre-market data or not, okay? Because I'm when well, what we have is 8304 without using pre-market data, and but using pre-market data, I've got around 84. So I mean, not that far off, but and I think using pre-market data makes sense. I don't think we have a way for our charts. I don't think anyway to say, what, I want my VWAP to be displayed without using pre-market data. I don't think so. I might have to ask Chris. He might know. All right, I hear a little pop. That means that Andy's in our YouTube room right now, guys. So, well, I put myself on mute now in the main room. We'll see you guys in about 1 hour. Andy, you stood me up last week or on Tuesday. Oh, Andy,
Can you hear me
I
now?
heard a pop. Now I can hear you.
Okay. Yeah, I forgot to click on the screen over there. I'm butchering everything up over here. Hold on.
But anyway, I'm very very upset with you because you stood me up on Tuesday.
I did. I totally stood you up.
Yeah, I'm just pulling your
Yes.
leg, of course.
No, no, no. I don't know what. I think what happened was on Friday, you mentioned to me, and you'll be going twice next week. And for some reason, that stuck in my head. The following on Mondays, like, oh, okay, I did my twice last week. But anyway, I
Oh,
just,
I see. Okay.
oh, yeah, I
So,
just totally
so
forgot,
your
dude.
so your listening skills are somewhat challenged.
Yeah, I think so. It was
Now
weird,
tell
man.
me,
Yeah, I thought for
tell
sure
me,
it wasn't my time. Go ahead.
did you take any of the DXYZ
I did, but
exams?
like most people, I sold it way too soon.
Oh, okay.
I
Well,
got out. I got out at 40.
okay. Well, but you were in at 30 or so.
Oh yeah, I
Okay.
had real
Well,
good price.
yeah. Well, I'm going to hold on until
What's
that
a
IPO,
DX?
and we'll just
Are
see
you?
what happens. But
Yeah.
yeah, just kind of a strange idea, but why not?
Yeah. I no, I actually had it from I was in it for a long time, from around 28 some change. And then
Okay.
finally it went. So yeah, it was a great trade, but it's like I just, it's like the semis, man. You just don't think they're gonna keep going forever. And they
Exactly.
do. Yeah.
Look at Intel. I mean,
I know.
Intel is
I
just
know.
absolutely crazy.
I
I mean,
know.
Intel. Anyway,
I don't even wanna look at it, man. I
okay,
mean,
don't look at it.
who would have thought? Because I owned it at like 40, it's like, and I made it. It was a great trade. It just kept
It was a
going.
great trade, sure. It was a great trade at
Yep.
40, whatever you sold it. But yeah. All right, Andy, I'll let you go. I'll see you in about an hour.
All right, Barry. Take care, buddy. Bye
Okay,
bye.
thanks. Bye bye.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to my desktop. Uh, Sorry, I'm not using the camera today. My wife's doing. There's my printer's up here, and she's doing some printing. So better not see her running back and forth. But anyway, welcome to the support webinar. And if you have any questions, just drop them in the YouTube chat, and I'll do my best to answer them. But anyway, yeah, we definitely talk markets. What a crazy market. Uh, so I sold a lot yesterday, just thinking, this thing's going to fizzle out at some point. Kept some stuff. Luckily, I kept uh, some Tesla. I don't know what's wrong with Microsoft is one. It's like I saw this happen the other day. It's like when the semis were week on this day right here, Microsoft took off. So right now, it's like semis are getting all the love. I think if you have some stragglers, maybe some, in the tech sector, maybe some different sectors or something like that. I think if you're patient and you know the semis start to sell off, you might get some love and some of this other tech stuff. But anyway, let's see. Keeping an eye, I got a pretty good size of this Mara, and I don't know what's wrong with my P&L is not down today. I have no idea what I if I did something or something's wrong in our system, but that's I don't know what's happening. It is very likely I did a key. I'm pretty good when I'm doing keystrokes errors in here when I'm in my paper trading account. I could have done something stupid, but let's talk sectors. Semis bots are actually having a good day. I'm not sure what uh, is driving that. It was probably some semi semi considered a bot. because really, you look at like the nanos, the quants are down, the AI stuff's down. It's mostly it's just a semiconductor and a data center. We can throw the data centers in there, and I can really kick myself because I came this close to buying INOD. I was reading some good things about it going into earnings, but gosh, it's just 31 million in the float. A lot we're short. Let me do something over here, guys, real quick. I'm gonna probably end up. I'm gonna scalp half of this Mara pretty quick. I really don't think it's gonna go anywhere. Be nice if it did, but I think if it does get above this level, I mean, I think it's going to be huge because if you look back on the daily, you're going to have that 200. I mean, it's through really this congestion over here around. No, I take that back. What's this high going back over here? Let me move this line real quick. Yep, 1259, 12 right there. What's that? 1287. Okay, so there's a little key level, but I think it's really that 200-day moving average. I think if it gets to that 3-day high there, things going to pop at least, you know, $3. But not sure it'll have it in it today to do it. Okay, let me get to your questions there, Justin. Any thought? I was just looking at those. Let's pull them up real quick. QBTS, I do. It may want to come down here to this 10 period moving average. Okay. I think right now it's in kind of no man's land, if you will. I mean, it's back below this what was resistance is or support now becomes resistance, and that's where it kind of ran into today. Uh, I would be interested. I don't like just grabbing stocks in no man land, but if it pulls back to this 10 period moving average, I would definitely be interested in nibble. And of course, if it breaks through that, I guess it's a 200-day. You're just kind of in no man's land, I call it right now. And trading in no man's land can be dangerous, kind of like what I'm doing in Mara. But and what was the other one? QUBT. QUBT. Yep, same thing. Needs to come back here. And Steve was pointing out RGTI, but it has earnings coming up. You can see it's coming down. This is an area like this stock right here would be interested in, but it does have earnings next week. And it looks like that would be Monday post market. So uh, they're just all kind of in no man's land right now. INOQ did have earnings the other day, and it's resting on its 10 period moving average. Maybe one to watch if it can hold this 10 period moving average and then reverse. Uh, or if you're so inclined, this could be a nibble area. Sometimes when I see stocks like this, only this one just 2 days off of fresh earnings. So I don't know. Yeah, I probably wouldn't venture into that. Uh, I'm sorry, I'm just thinking about taking some of this Mara off. Oh, you're welcome. You're welcome, Justin. It's and I have to learn sometimes, to because I see something and I start to think what it can possibly do, and I'll take an entry, then I look over there and I'm like, this thing's kind of in no man's land. Uh, I did come in with some Mara from yesterday, so I guess that's excusable because it looked like it was going to go through, and then I bought more near Lowe's, but okay, W. Harrison wondering how about Brokerage Plus reverse works. Does it get quantity of stock from broker or from window in? Yeah, everything's executed at your broker. Okay, so I mean all the data. As a matter of fact, when you're hooked up, I don't know what broker you use, but if you're hooked up to IB, okay, uh, the brokerage plus in paper trading mode will run off our data, but obviously we do not want to be any sort of problem with data. So once you hook up to brokerage plus, we are now using their data. So and of course all the execution, E-Trade same way. Yeah, E-Trade, we use their data when you're inside brokerage plus, so there's no conflict, in data. We don't want be 2 cents off or something like that. Obviously, you want to get whatever price you get. That's why we have to use their data. So I'm not that familiar with reverse. I know the concept, but uh, it's I guess if you're in a trade and it reverses or something, it automatically gets you out and gets you in the next direction. But that would all be done at your broker, and nothing is done, through Brokerage Plus as far as execution of data or execution of stock or data. You're welcome. You are welcome. All right, let me get over here and take a look. I'm hoping this Mara would just keep on going and go to highs, and really it should nothing to prevent it from going to highs. So let's just put a fresh candle alert at highs. That would be glorious. Uh, Other trades, ABTC, I've been in for a long time. They had earnings actually yesterday, and I didn't even know it. So, I mean, it doesn't really mean that much for a startup. Obviously, they're all going to lose money, and where they lost their money was the price, and obviously in of Bitcoin in the first quarter. So, like the way it's digging in. Hopefully, can get back above this 5-day moving average. There's no volume in this Mara, so I would be uh, really surprised if it could go, break out today. It's so, but it could happen. We'll take a look at. Sorry, I'm over here. It still kind of follows, Bitcoin around. It does have obviously have some, I think, quite a bit of Bitcoin still in inventory, even though the transition into a data center. Yeah, I nod. That's a huge move, and yeah, I would be tempted to fade that today too. I mean, you're looking at I don't know what it was at one time. It had to be close to up. Uh, well, let's just say it went out around 46. Yeah, so up 100% basically. Yeah, I definitely wouldn't buy it today. I did peel some of that mirror off. I, I yes, I'm the type uh back in my day trading days that would probably, fade something like that after it ran up 100%. I don't think their earnings were that great. A lot of it was probably short covering today. You only had 31 million shares in the float, and it short covered. I I would like to have, if I'm fading something like this, would like to be in it earlier because it's a good chance it may just kind of slop around and go sideways, But I think when that attempted, taking out the 30-minute range there failed and then bar reversed right there, back in my day trading days, that's where I would like to probably have faded it. I don't know if I want to fade it after 5, 6 down bars, but that's just me. It is below the 10 period moving average, so I'm not going to tell you what to do, obviously, but that was a huge move, and good thing I sold some of that Mara because I was seeing that coming. Just no volume. Probably just mess around and set up again for Monday. ROM had a nice little move today coming through my. Let's take a look. Let's just fire up some races. Tesla's getting a little bit tired. First, I'm going to take a look at Bitcoin. All right, on the 4 hour, this is probably what we're looking at. I really believe this is going to be pretty explosive at some point. Now it's just coming back and doing a. Now I did get close there today. So yeah, that's a pretty good, it did come back to the 79.5, which was kind of a key level there. And that's where it got that pop this morning. So I think this is I'm hoping it's going to be primed for a move over the weekend because just looking at the daily and it's just it's different than it was say a month ago where you and I showed this to Steve where you're getting these well, I'm not gonna bring my cursor out, but you can kind of follow you can follow my cursor. I'm not gonna bring my pen, but you can just get these moves just happen quick. You have a move and just get whacked hard. And lately, it's been going sideways. The 4 hour shows it a lot better. Let me pull in the 4 hour. And this is what I'm talking about. This is where it kind of changed my mind where things could be happening. Look at these 4 hour, you know, reversals. Ugly, 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 ugly. And then when it got right, I'm sorry, this is not that ugly. When it got right here, I noticed it started going sideways for a long time, and then of course it popped out of that. Now, obviously, we've had a nice run, so you're getting a little bit deeper, but uh, that right there kind of changed my tune. That I think that maybe this uh, what a squashing. These squashers, man, finally just ran out of juice and they couldn't squash right here. And it just went sideways for a long time and then finally popped up out of that. Now, anytime you have a move like that from 76 all the way, to 82, yeah, it's going to have a pretty deeper pullback, but I don't call that a squash. Now, if it breaks down below this key level right here, it could be, yeah, all bets are off again. But I don't feel like it's gonna do that this time. We'll see. Uh, yeah, I was gonna fire up some races real quick. Take a look. And be sure, guys, yeah, if you have any questions, you want me to look at charts or anything, just drop them in there. I'll be happy to take a look at a chart. Look at Dan Lunar had man, where'd that move come from today? Xerox. Darn it! I had me alert. I wanted this thing to come down to the 10. Didn't make it. Uh, BlackBerry coming through. Codex. Ah, look here. Mara's coming through the races. That's always a good sign. What did Coin do after earnings? That dog. Ah, geez, it did bounce back. Look at that thing. Hmm. Tesla's holding up firm. and I really don't see. I mean, the only thing if you're short, I mean, you got 28% short in this Mara, and you look at Riot, what it's done over the last like 5 days. So the only thing I could see probably get this going is if you get some short covering coming in. They're getting nervous over the weekend. Of course, the moving Bitcoin would also help. Peloton, just now poking its head up. This was after earnings too, huh? That actually could be interesting. Everybody trying to fade just these hyperbolic moves like this. They typically don't reverse midday. I know there probably a lot of people trying to fade, the SMHs, and what'll happen is it just to screw intraday traders. It's typically what'll happen is it'll be a gap down, it'll be some sort of news event or something, and uh, otherwise it's just a grind higher and until until it's not. And I guarantee you, a lot of people are getting run over just saying this move can't continue when in reality it can. PSLV, Frankie. Let's take a look. Yeah, not bad. Not bad. What's SSRM doing? I wanted to buy that into earnings because they had earnings like three consecutive times in a row. They killed it, and I didn't, and it sure enough gapped up. Yeah, and I'd be tempted to play this probably if I were going to play the silver sector. But it's above, all its moving averages again. It's just not, I mean, I think those days that euphoric move we had over here are done. So it'll probably just but doesn't mean, if it gets above this level right here, 75.30 there in the and yep, Steve, I like playing SLV. Steve likes playing the PSLV, but yeah, it doesn't look bad. I mean, you see this ledge it kind of fell down from. If it gets back above the 10 period moving average and, this level right here, see a congestion that was support, broke. Now it's going to become resistance, resistance, resistance. But so if it gets above, call it the 26.15 level, yeah, it could be up for a move. From 26, huh? Yeah, that's yeah, I could see that. You got a good entry there. I'm sure you're probably day trading, so your stop I think would probably be lows of day if you're keeping it really tight. So that yeah, that was probably a good intraday scalp. Yeah, that's good entry. Spire satellite is doing. What's that SATL doing? That was setting up. Yeah, there's another one right there that's setting up nicely. They do have earnings next week, but if it can get back through highs, could have a little pop. That ASTS is a flat out dog, and I'm surprised. I mean, when I saw this, I mean, I traded it once over here and scalped it and like that. Then I started looking at the fundamentals. I'm going, good Lord, $27 billion market cap, the revenues, 70 million. It's like, geez, I'm not sure what's it doing up here in the stratosphere for that type of market cap. Yeah. Codex, man, making a couple of winning ones in a row. All right. iBit's trying to roll over on me a little bit. So I'm going to have to keep an eye on this Mara, even though it is transitioning into a data center, which have just been going bonkers lately. It still sometimes will trade with Bitcoin. EBGO, nothing going on there. I do like that little rejection wick right there as it tried to sell off, popped right back up. Let's see, toast of the town. That's a gap down. Always hard on a Friday afternoon to find explosive moves. Look what I just mentioned, that SATL, and it's coming through now. That's a shame this GMI has just gotten so much legal trouble. They were doing some really corrupt stuff. I mean, it's basically trading for book value. It's market cap's 215 million. That's almost exactly book value. But that's the kind of fraud that could bankrupt a company, unfortunately. I think Mara may just want to go test highs here. Maybe you don't need no Bitcoin. Excuse me, just gotta make sure something real quick. Let's see, what was that high there? 74. And did it get a print? It tagged 74. That's about it. Our cues are getting a little bit weak here. Nothing to get excited about if you're short, but I think probably if your semis one to watch is probably Intel. Okay, new high in Mara. It tickled it. Let's see if it can have any follow through. Nope, cues pop right back up. The lunar coming through again. That's just a booger to trade. It's an interesting one right here. BBAI just kind of wound tight over the last, geez, two hours. They can reclaim that 10 period moving average. Looks like they had earnings yesterday, or I'm sorry, 3 days ago. Had a nice pop off earnings, pulled back. Definitely has support at the psychological $4 level. It's worth putting a price alert in, which would be probably right at the 10-day. Yes, yes, that's what Steve always says there, Frankie. Uh, I'm usually not in them for very long, so uh, I like to play things that move a little faster. Yeah, but I hear you. I've heard a couple of people say that, and that's what Steve. Same reason Steve always buys it. But, like I said, I may stay in those things 2 or 3 days at the most. Sometimes he'll camp out for a long time. GSIT. So, well, there's your pissant, semiconductor. Had earnings yesterday after the yesterday after the close. Fighting back after earnings. Maybe you want to put an alert on. Gosh, dang it! I wish that Xerox would have came down there and tagged. There goes Mara alert going off. See if we can get some shorts nervous. A little bit of 1 minute volume coming in. Hmm. It's actually quite interesting. Not sure what that, because I don't know that some of these communication companies are just ripping because of. Uh, don't know if they're going to have any sort of like satellite communication, space communication. What was it? Rack space. Just came. Look at rack space. Now that's a little bit different, I think. But good lord, wonder if that. I've been seeing some of this communication. That's tempting. There, it's that high yesterday. 68. Frankie's camping. Yeah. Yeah, Steve camps occasionally. It's been I don't think he's camped in a while, but he owns some physical actually too. Right after I looked at rack space. Damn, I was supposed to keep an eye on that one today and I let it get away from me. All right, Mara. Don't back up. Let them get out cheap. 200 day is 87, and that's right where it ran into again. Got to 89 and backed off. Yeah, I just don't know on a Friday afternoon if it's going to have the ump to get through. You'd have to have a whole lot of nervous shorts, I think. H lit may be another one. There you go. It may be. Take a look. Check Carmel. It's definitely backed up. I think about these Mara. I trade it well, but it's probably one of my biggest gainers in the year. But it does have a tendency to like just have these stupid pullbacks, man, like forever. So, and I'm really not feeling this thing is going to go today. Now, I think it's going to set up beautifully for Monday, but I'll probably hold on to some. But I don't think today's the day. Hopefully, I'm wrong. It got resistance on this rack space. It's one thing I love about our software. So you can go back and look to see how far you got to go back, and you're probably going to have to go back on a monthly. Yep, look at that. Doing. So maybe you can get a pretty deep pullback after that. This thing maybe comes back to, yeah, probably won't come back there, but maybe right there. That eight do. Gosh dang it! Look at that monthly there in that eight. It's running right to its. Boy, you talk about what world. There we go. Let's see if I catch a pullback on this thing. I want to just put a little bit of that, and then think about it. All right. I'm sorry, Justin, with Trader's Eye on Doc Channel, are those your picks? Those I wouldn't call them picks, but those are definitely my uh watch list for each day. And I'm going to be honest with you, it's been tough lately because the market, it typically when the market does this and doesn't pull back, because I like to play like stocks that pull back a little bit and set up. Been a few really good ones out there lately. I thought this Mara was good at 1205. I think the uh price target was last week or earlier this week. Uh INOQ was good, but it had earnings. So, but there's some stocks. It's Oklo I thought was good, but it's pulled back. Speaking of which, what is that doing? But anyway, yeah, it'll just have. Uh, let's pull it up. Stocks from the watch list. So these are all the stocks in obviously on the watch list, and this is kind of a race where you kind of keep an eye on them. But I typically will do like I don't know if you get our email. I'll highlight probably my four favorite ones I'm keeping an eye on it on today. Uh, it was Mara again, but I don't think it's going to get there, unfortunately. But yeah, that's it's got a little news if you want to look for news. Yeah, you get them daily. Good, good. There's been some really good ones even after the market had run a while. Hewlett Packard was called right, uh, HPE right here, I believe. Boom, yeah, it was called right there. The break above that 3-day high, and then also Cisco. And this is after we had a nice move. Cisco was called the same day right there. Played on both, but once again, out too soon. Wait, did I drive? Did I? Let's see. Airbnb was on the list today at 143.91, trading barely above that. Tesla, and I always tell people, keep an eye on them because you never know which one of these are going to go. But it's harder. It's been harder lately. It really has. This is one to kind of keep an eye on. It had earnings the other day and it sold off immediately after, but it's been bouncing back. I love this if it gets back above that 61 level. This twist. There you go. There you go, Justin. Good, good. I'm glad you're using those because it can definitely, find you some setups. And there goes that 8 again. It's gonna pull back. Oh, it had another pop and I didn't even know it all the way up to, no, no, that was the same one, 89. My bad. Okay, look at here. Data processing, hosting, and related service. Probably one you want to keep an eye on. Wait, did Intel really just do that? Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Dang. Unbelievable, man.
Okay, you made me look. You made me
Uh,
look at Intel. Oh my goodness,
oh,
is right. Oh, brother, something's put a charge into it. Just
yeah,
like a $10 move for a $4 billion or float,
yeah,
$4 billion float and a $10 move just like
yeah.
that,
That's
like
great.
a penny
It's
stock.
gonna pull another SanDisk.
Mm. Hmm.
It's gonna pull another SanDisk. It's gonna be trading at $1,000 pretty soon.
Well, and here's the news. You know, Apple and Intel have reached preliminary chip making deal. The Wall Street Journal reports.
Oh
I know
man,
it's been in the news, but I guess now it's coming into
it's
the
a
final stage.
yeah,
Yeah. Yeah.
yeah.
Amazing.
Oh man,
That is a man. I don't think I've seen a move like that for a 4 billion float stock. Seriously.
that's crazy.
No, I mean maybe intraday, but not
No,
in a
no,
like a 15-minute period. Wow.
no.
Well, Andy, I'll let you go. You've
All
done
right,
your one
man.
minute overtime. So now you're only going to do one time next week, right?
No, I will do 2 next week since I missed
Okay.
mine. Yes, yes, I will
Okay.
get
You
back
do
into
too. Then I'll see you
yes.
Tuesday.
All right, buddy.
Okay.
Take
Have a
care.
great weekend,
All right.
Andy.
You too. Everybody have a
Bye
great
bye.
weekend. Bye-bye.
Okay, guys, I'm getting back in both rooms, and yeah, looking at Intel moving over $10. Yeah, I was saying to Andy, I was talking to Andy in our YouTube room. I can't remember the last time I ever saw a stock with 4 billion in the float move about $10 or $15 in 15 minutes, less than 15 minutes. I'm sure it's happened, but I just it's amazing. Okay, let me grab. Okay, so I'm stage is grabbed now in YouTube. I'll get rid of the announcement and get my music going. Yeah, so that hit even IB. Okay, that's at 12:45. See if I've so even at 12:48, that's when that news hit Interactive Brokers. Okay, that's where the news hit. So even though it's I mean, it's pretty darn good Interactive Brokers news. It's maybe not the latest breaking, but that was at 12. That was at 12:48. So you probably had the news at 12:40. Okay, so the news didn't hit. So 12:48 was for both. But even so, I mean, even if you got it in at 121, 128, look at that. Yours was 12:48 also. Okay, so that was the same. This is what we're talking. What I'm talking about. 12:48. Okay, that's from Interactive Brokers, my news source, Interactive Brokers. Don't use our news, guys. I'm sure it won't even be there. No. Our news is good if you're looking for previous day's news, but if you're looking for the up to date in like intraday breaking news, this will more than likely not have it. Our news. I mean, it wasn't so long ago. Wasn't Intel almost like a lifetime low? I mean, we're talking $14 down here, even right there, $18 not that long ago. That was August, so less than a year ago. That was August of last year. This was a say an $18 stock. Yeah, before the government buy-in, it looked absolutely dead. I don't know where the low its all-time low was, but I think we were approaching it down here. Well, congrats anybody who has been holding it and holding it and holding it. And also that, okay? And also that, so tied in with SpaceX. Well, maybe my DXYZ will do something. I mean, it's already done fabulously for me, but maybe it'll do even better. Is there an official date yet, DJ? You say late June, last week? So the last week of June, no official date, but okay. Well, I'm holding this. You want to run 28 to 51? So did anybody take the I nod fade? Okay, I see it's popping back a little bit right now, but we were talking about this breaking down right around here, around that 88 level, and before it pulled up at all, $8 move, 8% move, 10% move on this stock. And talk about disgusting. Let's talk about disgusting, guys. Look at AEHL now. I mean, that is just ridiculous, of course. Well, it was ridiculous that it moved up to 284. That was the ridiculous. It's still up 57%. And if you saw the news, their repurchase share program, $95,000 worth. That was their big news. At least they had news. A lot of times these don't even have any news. But look at this now, under a dollar again. Where did it start from? Started from, I don't know what the pre-market was, but the low of the day was 57 cents. Well, guys, one last time to look at my homepage this week for the week. Don't know how much longer the promo is on for. I guess it was sort of a Mother's Day promo, I guess. That is why I would never, ever, ever hold one of these low-priced China stocks overnight. Never. Now, luckily, it happened intraday, so you can get out hopefully. But I mean, I would. What if it closed up here? Okay, maybe I'll hold some, see what happens. I will never hold a low-priced China stock. Not that I'm holding a lot of stocks. So when you say your webhook, okay, stuck in surfing mode, it's just a toggle on and off, Pappy business. Okay, can you see what I'm pointing at? Can you see what I'm pointing at? Talking to Pappy business. Okay, so this is just a toggle on and off. Okay, see, I'm pointing at idea surfing is paused. Now, when I click on it, now it's currently idea surfing. We don't want surfing at all, which I don't. But this is a toggle on and off, so I've turned it off. But if you go to tools and options, tools from the toolbar, and then options, and see where it says enable idea surfing, uncheck it. Okay, just uncheck it and then save it. And then next time you load trade ideas, it should not be surfing. But if it happens to be surfing, it changes. So, but if it happens to be surfing, just go up here, okay, and turn it off. It's just a toggle on and off, right beside the little set. Well, you can see it. Idea surfing pause. Now I click on it. Currently, idea surfing. So if for some reason when you save, when you go to the tools options and you uncheck, yeah, okay, uncheck it and save it. If for some reason it still is surfing, just go up here and turn it off. Okay. It should not be the default when people load the program. It should not be. But somebody sometimes just doesn't listen to me. Surfing, I mean, is look, if it's sort of a maybe I don't know, it doesn't have to be a boring day, but what surfing does, no, you don't know, as long as you saved it. Now, the only thing is make sure you save your work at the end too. At the very least, okay, at the very least, when you exit trade ideas, you click on file and exit. I don't want to, I'm not going to do it, of course. When you click on exit, it's going to ask, do you want to load this layout the next time you load trade ideas? If you say yes, then every little change you've done will be saved. Okay. So again, file exit, it's going to ask you yes or no. Want to save? You want to load this layout? When you've got presently, do you want to load that layout again when you start trade ideas again? And if you say yes, then you'll exit. And then if you come back, everything you've done should be saved. Just give me a moment, please. Okay, guys. Okay, yeah. Let me know if it saved it. But it should. But if it doesn't, okay, if it doesn't, then the fail safe, of course, is just turning it off. But I have to go. I have to let our dog out. She's looking at me right now. So good. I will come back. Okay, I will be coming back. Okay, guys, I am now back. I apologize, but as I say, I had to take my dog out. No, you should, when you make any changes at all. Okay, now the other thing is that you probably should save, regardless of doing. This is sort of the easy way to save any changes. In theory, that's what's supposed to happen. When you file exit and it's going to say yes or no, do you want to load this the next time? When you say yes, in theory, it's supposed to save every single change you've made. Okay. Now, what I also would do, okay, is maybe take your layout and file, save or share to cloud. Okay. After you've done this, gone into tools and gone to options, and then uncheck that enable idea surfing. And then you've saved that, right? You had to save that, the idea that you unchecked enable idea surfing. So you had to save that. That's the first thing. Maybe you didn't do that. But what you should also do, regardless of the file exit, yes or no, file, save or share to cloud. Okay. And if you've got a layout that you've got right now, like with your charts that you want and maybe some scans, I mean, you're pretty new. So you may not have created a layout yet that you want to use, but let's pretend you have, because what you'll do eventually is you'll click on entire layout and then give it a name. You'll give it a name right in that box and then save it. Now your layout is saved to the cloud. If anything happens, somehow you think your layout disappeared, you accidentally click on X or something like that and your layout goes away, no problem. As long as you've saved it to the cloud. Okay. And then, I mean, in theory, if you've saved your layout to the cloud also, when you load trade ideas, I mean, I don't want to get too convoluted here, but oh, okay, okay. Well, don't worry so much about this idea surfing right now then, okay? As long as you know there's a toggle on and off, okay? I'm not sure why it didn't save, okay? But when you went file exit, yes or no, and you said yes, I can't answer that right now. But at least you know how to turn it off, okay? Right up there. Okay. Now, when you say trying to find your action and external tabs, what do you mean by that? Have you done the 12 short videos? So when you say a webhook, I don't think you can do that. Okay. Am I right, Pepe? He's trying to. I've seen people ask that question about a webhook. I don't think we have that. Okay, yeah, you can't upload a webhook. That's I didn't think so. That's like an API or something, or I mean, I don't know enough about it, but you can't do it. Did that kind of mean that you had some kind of a layout? Well, but it's not confused. Well, it's confusing. Depending on what you mean by confusing, you can't use webhook. You create your own scans, within Trade Ideas. I mean, you can. First of all, have you done the 12 short videos first? Okay, it might help to unconfuse yourself a little bit. It is a software program. So if you click on my homepage link, I don't know what Traders Post is. I don't know what that is. I got a Traders Post. I don't know what that means. But if you click on my homepage link and you scroll down a little bit, Where's the education section, the more info, and right here where it says getting started with trade ideas. Okay, you it's almost, well, not almost, it's mandatory you take a look at these videos. You may not have to do the first one if you've already logged in, but you should. They're total of 12 short videos to get you started. Okay, I mean, it's like any other software program. There's a bit of a learning curve. We've tried to here, though, is cover the key elements very quickly in these short videos. Okay, so if you haven't done that yet, I would do that first. Okay, I know the idea. Everybody just wants to get started, like running immediately, but I mean, it is a software program, so again, there is a bit of a learning curve. Okay, guys, I was going to go over my homepage anyway, so if you click on my homepage link, how much did you pay for your subscription? That'll tell me if you're a premium or basic subscriber. What you're seeing in front of you here is all basic stuff. Okay, the main reason why people want to have access to or take a premium subscription is to have access to the AI. Okay, that's what it kind of looks like. Okay, this box here, there are a lot of alerts today, but it's not usually this active. But that's the usual reason why people want to try our premium service. Otherwise, but I can't tell you what you've got. If you told me how much you paid, I can tell you. I can tell you what service you're on. Okay, you are okay. You are on our premium service then. Okay, you are on our premium service. So, but did you do the getting started? Okay. Okay, please do that. I know you don't want to. I mean, nobody wants to. We're like, if you're a guy or a typical guy, nobody wants to read a manual. No, you just want to start, put the key in, put the key in the ignition and go without knowing how to do anything. I'm just talking in general. I'm like that too. But do yourself a favor and at least go over those videos, okay? But I will say this for Monday, okay, to get you started for Monday, assuming you've done the videos. This is what you want to be able to do. If you follow along with me, if you click on, might want to write this down because you don't have a layout yet, but if you click on new from the toolbar and you see where it says premium AI strategy trades window. I have three that start off with premium AI. The middle one that says premium AI strategy trades window. You want to click on that. When you do, you get a box like this, assuming you're going to do this Monday morning, okay? It'll be empty and you will not get an AI alert until at least 9:40. Doesn't mean you'll get one at 9:40, but that's the earliest you'll get one. This is a very active day. It's not usually this active. I think it's because we're in earnings season. A lot of these are earnings. Okay. And then you'll have an alert price. You'll have a stop. How you trade them, if you trade them, is going to be up to you. But as long as you load trade ideas before 9:40 Eastern time, this window will be blank and just wait for the alerts to happen. If you have any trading experience at all, then you figure out a way to trade them. You don't have to trade them all. You don't have to trade any of them. Oh, thank you, William. Why did I not see that? I'm not seeing the. Oh, is that because you clicked on it, William? I think is that because you clicked on it? Because I don't see the one. Thank you for alerting me. How can I get a four chart layout like this? Well, you are just by telling me how much you're paying. I know that's now. If you're looking to trade futures, this is the wrong program for you. Maybe I'll save you some. If that's what you want to trade, we don't scan for futures. Okay, it's just the U.S. stock market. Okay, so you may have to rethink your subscription. Well, if that's what you want to trade, if you're looking to trade futures and that's all, if you don't want to trade stocks, then yes, I would cancel your subscription because we don't scan for futures. That'll be up to you, of course. If you don't want to trade stocks at all, then yeah, this is not the program for you. Okay, support. How can I create a four chart layout like yours? Well, you mean with these time frames? I mean, the time frames are something that really are. When I say personal, I don't mean you can't have these, but I mean, if you'd a week ago, I had a 2 and a 5 minute chart. I'm now using a 5 and a 10. I've got my weekly, daily, and monthly. That's. But when you say how to create it, just click on new from the toolbar, and then click on chart window. Now I'm going to get a giant chart here. You'll probably get a spy chart. Okay, you'll probably get a spy chart, and then you just size it. I don't want to. Well, you know what? I'm going to pretend because that's the size I want. That's what I use for my videos. So, oops, I'll take a bit here. Stupid. Okay, let's pretend this is probably more like the size when you click on new and then chart window. This is probably more like the size, but you can always size it. Okay, you just grab a corner and move with your mouse, so you can always size the window. Now, if you wanted a 10-minute time frame, I don't know it's probably a daily spy chart that comes up, but you just go up to the clock and make the change. Okay, so now you're on a 2 minute. Now what you do, the easy way is just duplicate it. Just duplicate it. Assuming you still want kind of the same size for all your charts. And now you just make another change to the time frame, 5 minute. Okay. And then so you can duplicate it three times, and then you'll have four charts, and that's about it. Okay, just change the time frame to whatever you want. And if you want it symbol linked, in other words, when I click on a symbol, notice it. See how they change? AEHL changed. Okay, and that's because if I right click and go to properties, I have symbol linking checked. Symbol linking is checked, as opposed to my spy chart, where I don't want the spy chart to change. So obviously, right click and properties, symbol linking is unchecked. That's really it. I mean, those are the two options you've got. Linked, symbol linking is linked, or it is not linked. So checked or unchecked. And then really it's up to you to figure out what time frames you want. Okay, does that all make sense? I mean, the fact I'm using a 5 and a 10 and a weekly, daily, that doesn't necessarily mean that's what you want. Okay? Yeah, first new and then, now the other yeah, then duplicate it. I mean, that's the easiest way as opposed to going new again. I think it's easier just to duplicate the chart and then change the time frame within the chart. I mean, in theory, you could go new again and again and again, but I think it's easier once you've got the chart right on your screen, just right click and duplicate it. Okay. And then, just do it 3 times. You got your original chart, do it 3 times, change your time frames. You can size them, of course. Maybe you want like I want my intraday charts a little bit bigger than these other ones. But again, that'll be up to you. Sizing charts is just doing things like this. I'm going to grab once the icon changes to the see, I just move my pointer, and then when it changes to the east-west, I just left click on my mouse and just grab. And the same thing on the bottom. Okay, you just make just make the charts exactly the size you want them to. So let me get back to my home page. Yeah, you're welcome. You can always come back on Monday, okay, or later on, okay. But I'm probably taking off. Excuse me. I usually take off around 2 o'clock. It's 1:38 right now. I'll always stay later if I have questions, though. So, clicking on my homepage link, this is how you can take out a subscription to Trade Ideas. And I think this promo code probably will more. I mean, in theory, I guess it ends Sunday night, 11:59 p.m. Eastern time. But my guess is might be still available Monday, but I can't guarantee it. But you can get 25% off the first month only, or the entire year of a Trade Ideas subscription. Doesn't matter whether you pick our standard or our premium service. Well, I ask if you're going to take out a subscription at some time in the future, please use my code. Helps to keep these rooms free. I'm moderating a YouTube room and the main room, as I call it, the trading room. The company tracks the use of the promo code, so if they see my code being used enough, they don't mind keeping these rooms free. If you're sitting in YouTube right now wondering about what this room is all about, this trading room is all about, you can stay in YouTube if you want, but this room has a lot more interaction amongst traders. It's free also. Another bonus, if it's of interest to you, is that it's open at 6:45 a.m. Eastern time, so during the pre-market. I don't do it. Obi does it. Thank you, Obi, for doing that. I live in Vancouver, so I don't. I get on the mic for both rooms sometime between 9 and 9:15 Eastern time. Then, as I said, I usually take off sometime between 2 and 2:30, and then Obi typically will keep this room open later, but it's a Friday, so he may not want to do that at all. Okay. So that's the trading room. Scroll down a little bit more, keep it simple. Get the trade of the week. You can sign up for it right here. This is free. You'll get it before the market opens every Monday morning. How you trade it, if you trade it, of course, is going to be completely up to you. Now, here's the education section I was talking about before. So if you've taken out a subscription to Trade Ideas or you're thinking about it, you click on the more info. And here are these videos, short videos, 12 of them. Mandatory to do if you're taking out a subscription now. But if you haven't got one and you're wondering about the program, before you would do anything, I would do this. start off with that second video, go to the end. Should give you at least an idea about what the program is capable of doing. It may or may not be a good fit for you. Okay, that's what I would do first. And you could take out a monthly subscription. You can cancel anytime. Back to basics. If you're new to trading, this is for you. 15 free videos if you're new to trading. And last, if you are looking for my scans and you click on my homepage link, here they are. This is what I'm currently sharing. Here's my race over here, this large cap race. The other race here, the more volatile race is here. This one right there. Upside versus downside movers is down there. Pulse resumes down here. This is what I use in the pre-market. Pre-market actives up and down. And I have 4 other scans that I'm currently sharing. I do not have them up and running. You can take a look at them now. If you have any questions about them, just let me know. Guys, if this hits 100, you're never going to see me again. Maybe 200. I'll be putting in my, see you guys. It was a lot of fun. All right, William is long KMT. Let's take a look at KMT. Oh yeah, everybody, yeah, you all get a. Some of you get bouquets. Some of you get the other thing. So KMT. So you're looking at a bounce play, obviously. So you are in this one, 37.05. So you're in this one, and nice bounce for you so far. But you know, in all seriousness, this is the longest I've held a stock in decades. Absolutely decades. This is the DXYZ. All right, guys. So, let's see, TTGT. What's this one doing? Got a pop and then the drop. Okay. So you guys are playing that big bounce on AEHL. Well, pretty big bounce, I guess, from 88 to a dollar, percentage-wise, anyway. Obi, my guess is you're going to take off when I take off, right? You're not going to keep this room open after 2 o'clock, or are you? I doubt it. Just let me know. I haven't looked at any of these all day long. Yeah, this one kind of looked interesting, this microvast MVST, but when you look left, there's the next high, so it's too close for me. That's the high in that week. If it can get through that, the next high is 257 for MVST. I'm saying it's going to do that, of course, but yeah, well, 213 is the next high in the weekly. What a choppy day for real. Now it's, at the big down. Take a look at on the 30-minute chart. You're going to see yeah, so the big move down, a little move up, and now we're sitting at the VWAP again. Will this be the next move down when it breaks out 10? Breaks down through 10, if it does. Grumpy, you mentioned something about the VWAP. I mean, my VWAP is definitely, well, I'm told it's using the real-time data. Not real-time data. The pre-market volume. That's why sometimes there's a difference between this VWAP here, 1012. What is it right here? Yeah, it's about the same. Maybe there wasn't that much pre-market volume for real. Also, the later we get in the day, I would think that the VWAP that I using pre-market volume, unless there was extraordinary pre-market volume, is going to be pretty much the same without using pre-market volume. So today the market really was up all day. I mean, we had a little drop down here to the VWAP, but basically we didn't have any dramatic changes. Basically up all day. The SPY anyway. Interesting that the Dow was only up a smidge. Look at the Qs. Holy smokes, that is a massive move. 14 points. SPY's up 5. The Qs are up 14. Massive move. Does Intel hold its gains? No. 130 down to 125 and starting to swoon a bit here. So who asked that question about Hymix earlier in the day, saying how come it went long or long? Well, look at it now. Okay, look at it now. That's what I'm saying. Use it like a watch list. There was a re-entry at $17.10, and now it's at 17.88. So yeah, maybe it was a little early on the first alert. Remember who it was? Somebody asked, was it you, Efizi? I think it was you, wasn't it? Like, why did the AI say to go long Hymix when it was dropping, or it dropped afterwards? Use the AI like a watch list. Okay, just in general. I'm not talking to you specifically, but use the AI like a watch list. Very active day. Let's just for fun see how many earnings plays there were. MRVI, yes. Real, definitely. Figs was. I don't think HIMX was. Nope. FLNC was yesterday, so we'll call that an earnings play. ARQT yesterday. Cipher or XIFR yesterday. Funko, let's see, today. BETR yesterday. Tandem today. Today, WMG, EMBC. Ugh, this was a few days ago, just got killed. Kodak is today. West is today. ASIS was today. And Arlo. So that's why it's very active, guys. It's not because it's scanning for stocks that are having earnings. That's not the filter. It's just that when stocks have earnings, though, they tend to, some of them anyway, they tend to, have dramatic days, either up or down. And that's what the AI is looking at. My guess is this is the biggest week. Wait a moment. Yeah. So this week there were 1,500 companies releasing earnings. This week, 1,500 companies releasing earnings. Next week, still a lot, about 500. So about a third the number. This is probably the big week. I can't imagine there's a week more than 1,500 companies. And remember, these don't have to be the so-called name companies like the Amazons and the Netflix, Tesla, and all that. We're not talking. We're just talking companies in general releasing earnings. A lot of these companies, most of you have probably never even heard of. But when a company releases earnings, typically, even these ones that we don't hear very much about, every 3 months they release earnings, and on that day, many of them have either big jumps up or down. Here's one 18% move, and it was worse earlier. But look at the relative volume, 10 million shares are traded, which is a relative volume of eight times normal up to this time of day. Obi, I need an answer from you. Just to let me know. Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't see it. Why am I not seeing it? You know what? Something's going wrong here. Thank you, Obi, for saying 2:30. Something's going wrong because I did when you put it here, I don't see a little post here. I don't see like a number. Okay, I'll have to try to remember. So I don't look at the actual strategy. So you're looking at the actual strategy that some of these came from. I don't look at the strategy at all. Some of them are tops, some of them are bounces, I guess. Some are, momentum. The reason I don't really care is because all I care about is what does it look like on the chart, whether it's something that is a bounce or a top or momentum. I just want to see what it looks like on the chart. Usually, you can tell just by looking at the chart. All right, guys, it's 1:59. If there are no more questions, I'll probably take off. Probably going to be sitting here anyway, so if I do see a question, I will hop back on the mic. But otherwise, I'm going to put myself on mute and message up here. My layout will still be displayed until 2:30. Okay, so I won't take down my layout. Okay, so we will keep the room open, the main room. I have to shut YouTube down. So I just want to, if you're sitting in YouTube right now and you still want to participate in a trading room, and I've got my homepage link in there. All you do is click on it and then scroll down until you see the trading room. Okay, and this is free, it's free, and this will be open till 2:30. Hey guys, well, thanks for all the help all week long. Another crazy week. They're all crazy, but a lot of craziness. Have a great weekend. Obi will open the room, the main room, 6:45 a.m. Thank you, Obi. I'll get on the mic both rooms sometime between 9 and 9:30. Sorry, 9 and 9:15 Eastern time. So have a great weekend, all, and we'll see you Monday. So I'm going to mute myself now and end the YouTube stream.